Hello, and welcome to another stream of the original Until Dawn, the one that was done by Supermassive Games, continuing phase 2 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary with a music-only playthrough. Today's stream, a Thursday stream, is this game instead of Tomb Raider, but next week Tomb Raider will be Wednesdays and Thursdays, as it has been. But I wanted to do an extra stream of this week, partly to make up for last Friday's stream, because with that stream and working out how I was going to actually orchestrate the music only playthrough, it meant that the stream was short and we covered the prologue stuff. And since then, I've actually had to restart the game from the start, and I decided that I would go through off stream and play through the game and listen out for music cues and orchestrate a plan. So I've got a notepad where I've gone through and I've made the certain choices. Now, I may have to actually do a second pass through this game because there might be some different music for characters when they die, but I'll worry about that when we actually get to it. We've already covered the prologue and we've already covered the tabs for the collectibles with the music that is in those, and we've already covered the events of the past video in full. That was before I started a new save. There's only one save file you can have per profile, so I had to delete that. And it's a game where if you want to do chapter select, you have to finish the game. But I couldn't do it the way I was going to do it, which was do one chapter, cover certain things, select the chapter again, redo it, do different things, get the music. Because when you actually do chapter select, all the other chapters after the one that you finish get deleted anyway as well. So basically what I need to do after each stream is start the game from the start again and test off stream for various things ahead of time and make notes. So hopefully overall it'll make the actual streamed parts of the playthrough more streamlined as well. So we're up to chapter 1 of the story, which is Memento Mori. The way that this game works, when you actually want to close the game down, there's no main menu you return to. So basically, whatever point that you exit the game at is where you'll resume, but it's not always pinpoint accurate. So for example, when we resume the story, it'll actually replay the Oh Death song all over again, which we've already heard in the actual first stream of this playthrough, but we'll just have to rehear again. However, after this stream is finished, we won't be having to re-listen to this intro all the time. However, off stream, I'll have to restart the game after every stream and then play through the game, getting the different chapters, because I want to make sure that when I'm actually streaming this game, I can be like, right, this part, the music plays for a bit, then stops, move on. Okay, this part, the music loops for a bit, then a new layer gets added, music stops, move on. So I'll be able to better pinpoint accurately go through the game in that way. But enough of me talking. Oh, and another thing too, for those who are new to music-only playthroughs, I always turn the sound effects and the dialogue off if the game actually allows it, and this game lets you actually do it. So there's no glitch with the game, your audio's fine. If there isn't any music, that's just because it's at a point in the game where no music was actually put there. So just a heads up about that. Let's jump into it.
Well, what is this that I can see with eyes
All right, so I'll talk over this because in the first stream session, we've already actually covered this without me talking over it. Hey there, Extreme. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Good morning. Snowing indeed for sure. Absolutely. A lot of snow in this game. A lot of darkness in this game as well. So this whole song, "Oh Death," is replaced in the remake. Now you might be thinking, well, of course, maybe they couldn't get the rights again to it. And maybe that is true, of course, partly. But the other side of it is Sony actually owns the IP to this game. Supermassive doesn't. So Sony can pretty much do whatever they want. If Sony wanted to do an Until Dawn theme park ride, they could do it. If they wanted to do an Until Dawn toilet roll paper, they could do it. So what they did with the remake is they got a completely different studio to actually do the game. So Supermassive does not have any involvement with the remake at all. I think it's important to make the distinction because the remake can get falsely attributed to Supermassive when they had actually nothing to do with it at all. But they didn't just replace songs that they would have had to license. They also got a completely new composer to come in and redo the entire game soundtrack for the remake. And I've heard bits and pieces of it, and there's nothing wrong with it in general. And the person who composed the music for that has also done movies and stuff. And they've done a lot of Robert Eggers movies like The Witch, The Lighthouse, and many others, I assume, as well. So Mark Corvin does the music for the remake. However, the original Until Dawn soundtrack is done by Jason Graves, and another game that he's done music for that I really like a lot is the 2013 Tomb Raider reboot as well. But yeah, this is the original Until Dawn 2015 release that has all the original songs and also all the original music composed by Jason Graves. This part in the music just has like a little bit of an ambience kind of thing until it kicks back in again with the rest of the Oh Death song. Hey there, Keone, welcome on in. I hope things are going well. So we've already seen this in stream session 1. Alright, so we've already seen this and heard this on part 1 of this playthrough, but from here on out, all the music that we're going to hear we haven't actually heard as yet, although there is some music in the prologue that has played that we've already actually heard. But the tricky thing with these playthroughs is sometimes a little extra layer of instrumentation can be added on top of something that at first hearing might sound like you've already heard it, but it's got new layers that have been added to it. So that's something that I have to listen out for. And it's not perfect because, as you can imagine, unless you're hearing two pieces of music close together to determine which one actually is slightly different, there probably will be a little bit of overlap. My off-stream stuff related to this playthrough has just solely been focused on testing to see what music loops and all that kind of stuff. But what I would need to do, and what I'll do after this stream is finished, is actually re-watch my VOD and when a new piece of music plays, pause the video, open up the sound, like the soundtrack from the game, and then determine whether or not I've heard it before, and do it that way as well. Hey there, Arthuri. How's things going? Good morning. Keone, the new 007 game looks good. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Yeah, the Tuesday stream went. Sorry, the Tuesday stream day off went really well, Arthuri. Thank you. And yeah, I enjoyed it. It's going really good. How about yourself? Extreme, do you have seen the 007 First Light demo yesterday? It looks nice. Yeah, I had a look at it. Um, yeah, I mean, it seems cool and all. There's a little bit of a too slow a pace for my taste, a little bit, but that also can depend on the player as well. They obviously wanted to show different things and stuff. Keone, hope you'll check it out. Yeah, it'll probably be a while before I play it though. It's probably going to be $120 when it comes out here. Extreme. Oh dear. Absolutely. Hey there, Lucas. How's things going? Welcome on in. Alright, so we're in chapter 1. Hey there, Alessandra. Welcome on in. How do you call a lesbian dinosaur? I have absolutely zero idea what the answer to that is, Alessandra. So what is the... Ah, I see. Is it Alessandra? Yeah. Well, that definitely makes sense. Lucas, you're good. Just about bedtime, though. Oh, that's good to hear, Lucas. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you get some good sleep. Alright, so this part we've already heard the music for in stream 1, but in this stream session now we're going to jump into new music that we haven't heard yet. Alright, so the music has looped here. When we actually climb up this, there's actually no changes in the music, whether you fail the QTEs or not. And early in the game, a lot of these tutorial sections, you can basically mess them up as many times as you want, and the game won't be like, well, you failed, and your character's going to die now, or something like that. However, later in the game, obviously, things are different. But yeah, this climb that we do up as Sam, it doesn't matter what choices you make as you climb up. I did a test to see if there was any music changes failing every single input, but there wasn't. So the music doesn't actually change until you actually climb over the fence. And there we go. So that piece of music eventually stops on its own. Hey there, Not Fry. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Keone always thought she was Britney Spears, the singer. Oh, did you? Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I always I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but it's Hayden Panettiere, but it's probably pronounced something different. Hey, Mr. Goatee. I hope things are going well. Not Fry, things are going okay, thank you. Awesome. That's really good to hear. As for me, Not Fry, I'm doing well today. Things are going good. It was good to have a stream day off after so much stuff with Valhalla and that on Tuesday, and finished off Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness yesterday, so that was good. But yeah, doing well. I had to do a lot of off-stream play of this game to stop at every sort of point and listen for music and make notes on when it stopped, when it looped, when new additions happened, what happens if you choose this choice. Does the music stay the same? Does it stop? Does it loop? Things like that. So there'll probably be a lot of things where it sounds the same, and it is, but then there's also some things that might sound the same to begin with, but then get a different layer added on top. Like there's a piece of music that adds a guitar riff to something that didn't have it before. Nofri sounds like a lot of work. It actually is because you can't skip cutscenes, and I want to map things out ahead of time all the way through the game. So when this stream is finished, I will continue on from where I leave off and make more notes on the music. And then if I get to the end of the game off stream, then I'll start again from the start and go through the game again, but choose different choices to see what differences there are in the music. But I had to decide, do I want to do I want to cover all the characters dying because there might be different music for individual character deaths. And then you get to think, well, if there's multiple ways and points where the character can die, is the music the same every death of the same character, or is it different for each individual kind of death? So there's a lot of that to do as well. So yeah, but the good thing is like having an extra stream of this today, this week, definitely helps with that process. But also after tomorrow's stream, I'll be able to work more on plotting out the music and stuff. But yeah, definitely a lot of work as well. Like I got up to chapter 4 off stream, covering all the differences in the music and stuff, making notes. But before this stream started, I had to restart the game from the start and redo the prologue again because in stream 1 we did the prologue stuff. So I needed to get it back to the start of chapter 1. But the thing is, the start of chapter 1 actually begins when the intro music plays, like the song, Oh Death. So in this stream, we had to hear it a second time in the playthrough. But yeah, when I start tomorrow's stream, I won't have to listen to that all over again, of course. But I will have to off stream though. All right, so the music that we were hearing eventually stops. Coming up is a section with the game introducing the don't move concept with the squirrel. So, as I was saying before, a lot of these tutorial things, you can actually fail them over and over and over and over and over again, and the game won't be like, well, the character's dead now. So, we're going to cover all the differences with the don't move section with the squirrel. So, I'm going to fail on purpose to begin with to just show or it's funny to say show when you're doing a music only playthrough, but just to cover the music of when you fail versus when you actually succeed. Yeah, not Fry. Hey there, wicked Mr. E. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. So that's the music that if you don't actually succeed, but you can keep on failing over and over again because the game really wants you to learn what the don't move means. So I'll fail on purpose another time, but then we'll do it for real. right, there we go. So that music has stopped. We're going to come to a totem, and there'll be some music that will play after the totem, and it will just loop, but it'll stop if you go back to the totem. And then we've also got the cable car cabin that has music when you're further away from it, and also as you get closer and closer as well. Alright, so this music has looped and it's also changed in volume as we've gotten closer to the cable car cabin. Ahoy there, Schiller. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. Things are good. How about yourself? Catch you next time, Extreme. I hope you have a good one. It must have been the wind, Keone. It always is. How's things with you, Schiller? I hope you're having a good day today. GG's again on finishing The Last of Us Part 2 and getting all the collectibles and getting through on permadeath by chapter mode. Oh, nice, Schiller. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. I was saying before that I did a lot of off-stream play of this game, making notes of the changes in the music, when it loops, when it stops, when new layers get added, what happens after certain choices, and things like that. And I had to restart the game again and then redo the prologue off-stream to make it up to where I left off in the first stream last week. But I had to listen to the O Death song again because chapter 1 actually starts when that begins. It doesn't actually start when you have Sam arrive. So yeah, had to do that little bit again on stream. That's all good for the GGs, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. And then when you go beyond that part, you can hear that the music has gone soft in volume again. Oh, you did, Sheila. That's cool. So what did you decide on? What's the next game? Because I know you said a few different ones, but what's the one that you're doing next? With this game too, if you want the camera to go up close on whichever character you're actually playing, you need to make sure that they're actually facing you in gameplay before you just don't do anything, and then it'll automatically go into the close-up mode. And once it has done that, as long as you don't move the character again in terms of like their body, you can actually move their head around with the right control stick in this view mode as well. And I think the Dark Pictures games do it too, but I don't know if they allow you to do it as often. But yeah, if you want to get that effect, you have to make sure that the character in gameplay is actually facing the camera because the camera needs room, of course, to move up close to their face. Sheila, it's time for Cassandra to explore the Greek world and all of its malakas. Oh yeah, so you're gonna play Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Well, that's good. Hopefully it won't be a 90-hour playthrough like I did. Can you only imagine if this game came out on the PS1, lol? Actually, that's the thing too. Like, I don't think many people see it, but there's definitely use of fixed camera angles like they used to do in the old school Resident Evil games. So I could imagine that this game coming out on the PS1 in this style would have fit right in, with Resident Evil and stuff. Originally, though, this game began as a completely different kind of game when they were doing it for the PS3, but then they decided to make it this kind of style with the dialogue choices and all that kind of thing. I think it was originally supposed to play like a normal survival horror would, like something like Silent Hill or Resident Evil, moving the character around and all that kind of stuff. And I think it was supposed to make use of the move as well, or whatever they called it, the motion control things that came out with the PS3. Okay, so this music has played the same looped, whether we're closer to the cable car cabin or not. So now we're going to go and interact with Chris's bag. So when I actually did my off-stream play of this to make notes, I chose certain options. I'm going to stick with those choices on stream, this pass through, but most likely what I'll do is I'll choose the other choices off stream to make note if there's any differences in the music, and then determine whether I need to do another stream of the second pass through for some stuff. But that's more for me to worry about. But yeah, I'm going to stick with the choices that I made off stream when taking note of the musical differences and things. So we're gonna snoop into Chris's bag. Okay, so once you interact with the bag, there's a difference in the music, and then it'll just settle back into the previous music that we heard before. So we're gonna snoop. When the game is actually introducing the characters in this kind of screen, it just reverts back to more like an ambient sound effect of like wind and all that kind of stuff. So we've already actually covered this without me talking over it, so I won't have to worry about that for the character introductions now. So we've heard this music before. If you choose not to shoot, the music won't actually change. So we're going to shoot. And it doesn't change as you shoot as well, but it will once Chris starts to dance. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. You woke up 4 hours ago, no stream. 3 hours ago, no stream. 2 hours ago, no stream. Only 1 hour, no stream. Yep. Alright, so we've had that music there. I need to do another pass through of this game off stream to test whether there's different music that plays depending on whether you actually shoot the squirrel or not. So that's something that I'll have to redo off stream and determine. But that's something for me to worry about. Okay, so when the cable car arrives, there's going to be a lot of different music changes. Now, when I was actually listening to it off stream and the different music changes, some of the music started to sound the same. So I think there's a grouping of music that plays one after the other, and then it just loops and replays those things again. So we're coming up to the cable car arriving next.
My friend told me your wife and daughter look like twins. I said, well, they were separated at birth.
Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Thank you. All right, definitely these pieces of music repeating. I'm afraid. I'm afraid, Dave. Dave, my mind is going. I can feel it. I can feel it. My mind is going. There is no question about it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm afraid. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am a HAL 9000 computer. I became operational at the HAL plant in Urbana, Illinois on the 12th of January, 1992. My instructor was Mr. Langley, and he taught me to sing a song. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing it for you. Yes, I'd like to hear it, Hal. Sing it for me. Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling, from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Odyssey. Thank you very much. You ended the stream early yesterday, and you also came home early, so you had no one to watch. Yeah, them be the breaks sometimes. I just did what I had to do, which was finish off Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, and then when that was done, because I didn't want to start Tomb Raider Anniversary till next week, and I didn't want to do a short stream of this. So yeah, once I was done with Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, that was the end of the stream day. Alright, so we had Jess waiting and then opened up the door for Sam and Chris, and then the whole thing with the phone. Based on the fact that we had Sam look at Chris's phone, it means that Chris will just grab Jess's phone to do what Sam did, which was snooping. So obviously, if you choose not to snoop with Chris's phone and you choose the opposite, then that scenario will actually play out different, of course. So now we have Emily and Matt being introduced as characters. So on these screens, as I said before, we've already heard what plays on the character introduction screens, which is the same, but it also gives me an opportunity to catch up with chat or make comments and explain some stuff as well. So we're going to get to a point now where we have Matt carrying Emily's bags, and there's going to be some music that plays, but there's actually a change in the music when Emily mentions the word chills. So that's something else to cover as well. And then there's a bridge that's covered, and when Matt actually reaches the entrance to that bridge, then the music changes again to something else, and it just loops. And sometimes it'll loop for a little bit, but then stop completely as well. And then we have the mic intro and the scare with the music changing and all that kind of stuff. And there's going to be a lot of stop starting with character movement that's going to happen here. There we go. So we had another different layerings that were happening as well, depending on how close you get to the trigger point for that cutscene. All right, so now we have Mike being introduced. So we had the jump scare music, and then we'll have a choice to make as Matt. Off stream, when making notes for this stream, I chose to be, the friendly choice as well. And this music has two different phases, and then there's like agreeing, and then the music changes again, and then you have like the cutscene ending where you have different music as well, and then we'll get introduced to Ashley. So I'll cover this stuff now as well. Off stream, what I need to do is replay that section again and make note if there's any difference in the music if you choose the other choices in that scenario. But for this first run through anyway, we chose to be the welcome choice and agree choice as well. And now we have Ashley being introduced, and she spies through the it's not really a telescope, I guess, or maybe it could be called a telescope as well. I'll just call it that for the sake of ease. Looks through this, and she actually sees that Emily and Mike are actually talking, and she assumes that they haven't actually fully broken up yet, and that they're having like a secret meeting with each other. So this whole part here, we're going to have, after the intro, we're going to have the music continuing after this intro to Ashley. It's going to eventually stop, and then there's going to be a scare where Matt scares Ashley and the music changes, and then we're going to choose the choice as Ashley to not let Matt look through the telescope to see Emily and Mike as well. And so there'll obviously be a lot of changes. There's actually a point where an actual song will play, and I know I've let the song "Oh Death" play, but this other song, I'm not going to let it play unless it's part of the actual progression of what's going on, obviously. When I press a button to do something and a sequence plays and the music's playing over it, that's one thing. But I'm not going to stop and listen to the full piece of music or anything like that. But yes, we've got a few different things coming up with Ashley here and a few different choices as well. But it'll eventually switch back to Jess, and she's listening to music on her phone. There's a choice there you can make. You can make her read or listen or check her phone. And I made her check the phone off stream. So I'm going to do that on this stream as well. But then I'm going to have to redo this off stream again and then choose the other option to see if there's any difference in music as well. But anything like that, like let's say I do find that there's different music with the different choice, I'm going to wait till I've actually finished the game on stream, doing one series of choices throughout the game, and then start again from scratch and do the other choices and all that kind of stuff as well. Dr. Darling, you had a few hours to try out Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta yesterday. You're 100% certain that in your game library it's the game with the worst optimization. No matter which settings you choose, FPS starts at the cap, 60, then gradually drops to 20 or 25. Yeah, I remember hearing that that game had some optimization issues as well. That's why it's probably best to wait till it's been out for at least a month before getting a game. But I know that's hard because obviously you want the game when it comes out. But yeah, that is a shame though. You would think that they would have it ready and optimized before it gets released. Dr. Darling, if you exclude the graphics, everything else is identical to the original. Oh yeah, so it's mainly just a remake with the graphics. Well, that's kind of good. I mean, if there was nothing wrong with everything else about the original, and they just wanted to update the graphics, that's pretty good. Yeah, I had the mic muted because some of the music is intricate, and I don't quite know every single point at which each layer of the music stops and when it loops. So just to cover my bases, I was just listening for longer than maybe ended up looping for. But yeah, sometimes it's confusing because there's five different layers of music happening at once, and sometimes when one layer stops and then another one comes back in, maybe it makes it sound different and make it sound new when it's actually probably the same combination as the five times before, or one out of the five times before as well. Hey there, Jerry's. Welcome on in. Yeah, there's not a I won't be doing a lot of talking in this stream, um, because obviously it's a music only playthrough, not a my voice only playthrough. But I'll catch up with chat when I can and where I can, and make comments and stuff when I need to and stuff. Um, but yeah, so we've reached a point now with Jess where she's listening to music on her phone, and so I'm not going to let this song play out in full. We're just going to make the choices that we need to. So I chose off stream for her to actually choose the picking up of the phone versus just picking up of the book. All right, so that piece of music that plays when you're speaking to Dr. Hill, there are moments where it will actually change, but then it will go back to that piano theme. And most likely, when we get to the later stages of the game, it'll be without that piano music as well. And so now we have Josh being introduced in this screen. And as I said before, these introductions to the characters, the ambience that you hear is the same for each one as well. So we're now in chapter 2, and going by the pacing, I may still get through chapter 2, and then going through chapter 3 also has a lot of music as well. So I think I could probably make a full stream out of doing chapters 1, 2, and 3 in this stream as well. And then off stream, I'll continue on mapping out the music ahead of tomorrow's stream by going and doing a few more chapters ahead off stream, making notes, and then in tomorrow's stream, after having restarted the game again from scratch and getting back up to the end of chapter 3, then in the next stream I can go and do potentially chapters 4, 5, and 6 on stream as well. Hey there, Omega Alphatron, welcome on in. Must have been the wind, it always is. So we've just started chapter 2, called Jealousy. Got Josh's intro. There's going to be a few choices as Chris. There's going to be one where the music plays and then stops. Then the next choice, there's going to be no music. Then when we choose Weird to be back, the music changes, then stops, and the music already heard before plays. Now, that's something that could be or could not be. Just have to wait. Then we speak to Matt, music doesn't change. And so, yeah, got a lot of stuff to cover. So that should be a few hours stream. So just mark where I am in my notes. There we go. All right, I'll pause it there for a second. Nofri seems very quiet right now. Oh yeah, there were so many different pieces of music and different changes and all that kind of stuff that I kind of got confused because I'm like, have we heard this part before? Is this the same part but with extra instrumentation added? Did we move a few steps forward which made another layer come on, or is that a layer that's already been played? For 2015, this game doesn't look too bad at all. That is true, yeah. Yeah, I like the choices of lighting and everything, which all gets changed in the remake. They threw all of that out. That was a good little jump scare, not gonna lie. That's true. Yeah, the way that they build it up, the music keeps on getting more intense as you get closer to the bathroom, and then when you're in the bathroom, then you get closer to the cabinet, and then when you're about to open it, and then when you do, and then boom, jump scare. You see how that can be confusing? Absolutely, and you can't necessarily just listen to the soundtrack on YouTube and then expect it to match the same because obviously in the actual game itself, where they decide to make certain pieces of music happen is not indicative of the full stretch of music either as well. And you might get on the soundtrack when you listen to it separate, you might get different bits of music put into the one to create some kind of medley, but then when you actually play the game, it might be cut up, and the two different parts of the same music might be put into two different sections, and all that kind of stuff. So unfortunately, I can't just listen to the soundtrack isolated, on YouTube or something, and then just be like, right, I know exactly where it ends and where the next one begins. Hey there, Code. How's it going? What are you playing at the moment? Oh, darling, you can't watch, but you heard those jump scares. Absolutely, yeah. They put those stingers in. Very, very loud. Musical stings. Not Fro, yeah, I got you, lol. Yeah, that's something that I learned early on because in the game Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, when you do the Battle of Hoth levels, there's bits of music that I was like, oh, I don't recognize this from the movie. And then when you actually listen to the movie soundtrack, the piece of music is really long, and not even all of it's used in the movie as well. So that's when I learned that the soundtrack, as it is, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be in full either. There's going to be instrumentation that doesn't actually come along. You know, I haven't watched the Until Dawn movie. No, I'm kind of against it in a way because it changes the lore of the game, like the remake. Um, so yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of stuff. And I think I came up with a better idea for a movie concept anyway. But that's just because I like to try and make things match up as best as I can. Like my movie idea would be that the whole entire movie of Until Dawn, it's not revealed until the end that you as the audience have just been watching one of the Washington horror movies because Josh's family is filmmakers, right? So the conceit in the movie would be that you've just watched his father's horror movie that is called Until Dawn. And then that preserves the lore of the game then, so that you're not treading on it and you're not changing it. Whereas the movie that we get, it changes the lore of the actual psychologist that we see, Dr. Hill, as well. Um, so yeah, I will probably watch the movie eventually. Code started to recollect the English version of the Black Tower book series by Wizard and Glass Edition. You have Volume 1 and now found and got Volume 4 and 5. Another 1,300 plus pages to read. Now that is a lot. That is a hell of a lot. Not right, that's fair. You haven't got into the game at all. You tried to watch the movie but couldn't get into it. You see a lot of people online saying it's nothing like the game, etc. Yeah, they kind of were like, how about we do our own story, but we'll also take a character from the game and we'll create a different backstory for him, or not necessarily backstory, but we'll we'll do things differently, and then we'll add a subplot that isn't actually in the original game as well. So this is a spoiler for the movie, but basically, Dr. Hill in the movie is creating fear experiments. So he's kind of like a master manipulator, putting people into these scenarios to see how they react with their fear and stuff. And he's trying to make his own Wendigos using his own method. And I'm like, facepalm. Because in the original Until Dawn, the Wendigo are purely created from cannibalism, not some psycho doctor doing experiments. So I feel like that's a big disservice to the original Until Dawn game by having the doctor that you see in the interludes be this puppeteer who master of puppets who wants to see people suffer. So it creates this whole thing where they have to keep on reliving the same thing over and over again, but things change, like the movie goes with as well. And even in the remake of this, they added a new scene where Sam, after the events of the movie, notices that she's got a scar on her hand, and this scar is supposed to be the doctor's experiments to create Wendigos. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, man, how do these ideas even get greenlit, let alone actually done? It's like, come to me first. No, just kidding. But yeah, so that's what they do. But the original Until Dawn, the game, has nothing to do with experiments done by the psychologist. Like, the psychologist is a real person that Josh actually went to see, but how we see him in the game is Josh's twisting of the sessions that he actually went through with the doctor, you know. So when he was with the doctor, he probably went through the same things that we see in terms of like, show me what you fear, pick this out of the book, which you fear. But all the other stuff, of course, where we see his office becoming deteriorated and all that kind of stuff, all that is in Josh's head. So that's all him, you know. But it would be based on real things that happened with the actual Dr. Hill. Um, but the movie, though, is like, oh yeah, this Dr. Hill, he's secretly creating these experiments, so he becomes this, mustache twirling bad guy, kind of thing. And I feel like if you're gonna do a story like that, don't call it Until Dawn. Come up with your own name and just make it your own thing, you know. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Senny. Until Dawn is going really good. Lots of time consuming waiting for music, though. But sometimes it's very difficult to know if the music has looped or if you've gone to a new combination of stuff as well. Then, of course, it changes depending on how close you are to a certain jump scare and all that kind of stuff. But it's going well. We're currently just in chapter 2 at the moment. I managed to do chapter 2 and 3 off stream and made notes about the music. So if I can get through that in this stream, that'll be good. And then I'll just continue on from chapter 4 and do a few chapters off stream before tomorrow's stream, do some notes on the music, and then restart the game again, and then get back up to the end of chapter 3, so that in tomorrow's stream I can continue on from chapter 4 and all that. So definitely a lot of work going into this playthrough, both on stream and off stream. How's things going with you? Welcome back, Extreme. Hope things are going well. Exactly not Fry. Yeah, mustache twirling villain. Yeah, I felt like it was really, really stupid that they did that. But Sony owns the IP of Until Dawn, so they get to do what they want with it. Um, but yeah, I will watch the movie eventually, and I will play the remake eventually. But for me, this year, I wanted to make it all about the original on the channel for its 10th anniversary. Hello there, Anmita. I'm going well, thank you, dude. How about yourself? How was the rest of your stream? Crooked, I don't blame you. Sometimes it can be tricky to spot even if you see the sound waves low. Glad to hear it's going well. You're doing good. Last day of work for this week, so just powering through. Oh, that's good. That it's the last day of work for this week for you, Crooked. Hopefully it goes really quickly as well. And yeah, that's the thing I was actually saying too, is like you can't just rely on listening to the music on YouTube or something, because the way that they put it into the game can be different. They can take the whole piece of music and chop it up into, different little bits and disperse them where they want as well, and all that kind of stuff. Crooked for sure. The official release versions very often differ to how they have used it, depending on the gameplay and cutscene and how that plays out. Exactly, dude, and how quickly a player might actually do something when there is actually room to breathe, but the player might want to act, quickly, and so the music will get cut off, so you won't be able to hear the full thing. Oh, nice and Mita, that's good. Glad to hear that you're doing well and that you had a great stream. You made it to Alexandria, completed lots of side quests and locations. Very, very nice. That game is so good, Assassin's Creed Origins. I hope that you enjoy the playthrough as well, doing New Game Plus, because that can be fun too, as well. Crooked is cool when you look in the game files and find different versions. Like you recently found the version of Clouds of Northumbria that plays during the Bassam bonfire scene, which was never released like that. Oh, dude, that's really cool, because that is one of my favorite scenes in Valhalla. That whole campfire scene, like, that is such a great, great scene. And Mita, yeah, you're happy to play it again. Oh, that's really good, dude, as well. It's always good to enjoy replaying a game you've done before. Okay, so we've now reached a point where we have to make a choice as Matt about how to respond to Emily basically attacking Jess and them having a bit of a fight. So there's choices that I made off stream that I'm going to do on stream, and later on I'll replay it off stream and choose different choices just to see if there's differences in the music and all that. But for that, I'll have to actually use the VOD and listen to the music in the VOD and then check it in the game as I'm playing it. Yeah, so we're up to Matt and Emily with the music playing and having to choose dialogue choices. All right. I thought I'd do that thing with the eyes. When it was happening really quickly, I was just basically spamming the control stick like that. To be fair, you can only shake your head with those guys arguing. Exactly, you know. It's just so funny too, as well, because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter because there's bigger and more life-threatening things that I need to worry about. It was funny though when I was doing the eye shake between the choices because for a split second after stopping, the character would look directly at the camera as if to say, "What are you doing?" I like trying when I'm on these screens and stuff. Sometimes I like to try and freak people out by having the character just like boom, look directly at the camera, like they're actually looking at you. Cricket is fun being in charge of their destinies, though. It really, really is. I had a lot of fun last year in October doing a playthrough where I pretended to be like a puppet master, wanting to see all the characters suffer, not just doing what was needed to kill them, but also choosing all the choices that would actually put them through suffering. So, for example, you've got the sanitarium part where Mike explores later, and there's actually a trap that you can get locked into, and if you don't make the right choices within that trap, he'll actually lose his fingers or one of his fingers. So in that playthrough, I purposefully made him actually interact with the trap so he could actually lose the finger. And then there was the part where he has to run after Jess, and I made him. I missed all the QTEs on purpose to make a bit of slapstick with him hitting branches and slipping on stuff and tripping over things. So that was really fun to do that kind of playthrough with this game. Exactly. Crooked is like everyone will suffer. Crooked. Laugh mask off, that's hilarious. The characters must be thinking, what's up with me today? I can't catch a break. Probably karma at play. That's how the gods must be feeling. That is true. It's like, how about we make you miss that branch? Nah, we'll actually make you hit it. Hit your head. See that thing there? How about we make it that you slip on that? Slip? Hey there, Bearsuit. Welcome on in. How's things going, dude? Okay, so we've still got a lot to get through in chapter 2. We've got Mike and Jess now, and then we've got interacting with Jess, then interacting with Jess 2, then we've got interact with Switch, then we've got after the Switch, then we've got the jump scare stinger, then we've got a song that plays, then we've got another interact with Jess, then we've got Mike's choice, then we've got a cutscene, then we've got Jess falls, then we've got Mike's choice, then a Cast surprise, then beam falls, then exit the cave, then telescope, interact with the telescope, through a small gate, bottom of the steps, bird jump scare, a cutscene, Jess disappears, cutscene, Sam leaves bathroom, Sam approaches voices, Sam at the stairs, cutscene, follow Josh, Sam's choice 2, Sam's choice 3, cutscene, don't move, segment, cutscene, choice made, next choice, cutscene, choice, jump scare, cutscene, choice, after choice, cutscene, choice, high angle shot, cutscene, brush table, choice, interact with totem, drop down, pig's head, cutscene, and then a Dr. Hill interlude. So that's how I've sort of like put my notes in and done shorthand for what bits of a thing. So the high angle just refers to what camera angle changes happen, and when I have to stop and listen to the music, and when there's a difference in the music, when the whole music changes, when there's additional layer done, whether it loops or whether it stops, and what it does depending on which choice and all that kind of stuff. And there's 10 chapters in the game, so. Oh, nice. I'm in a bear suit. That's good, dude. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Cutscene, big scene, cutscene, joys, high angle joys. Wait, what am I saying? Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, dude. Thank you. It's a bit like that. Hey there, Cody. Thank you so very much, dude, for the 8 months in a row. That is amazing. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that a lot. How's your day going, Cody? Hope you're having a good week. Welcome on in. Cody, thank you. Get today out of the way, then away for 2 weeks. Hope yours as well. Oh, that is really good that you'll have 2 weeks, 2 weeks off. That's really good, Cody. Don't blame me for wanting to get the day out of the way to be able to jump into that. As for my week has been going well. I had a stream day off on Tuesday, which was really good. Finished off Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness yesterday, and doing an extra stream of this week, today, and then I'll be doing my scheduled one for Friday as well. And then on the weekend, getting into Assassin's Creed Valhalla for the final Assassin's Creed game I'm doing for my annual playthrough series. So, yeah, been having a good week, getting a lot of playthroughs finished and all that kind of stuff. You okay there, Mike? Really looks like he's enjoying some music while having a panic attack. That's a great combination. Cody, glad to hear that. Got a new game downloading and looks epic. You get early access to it, Kronos: The New Dawn. Oh, very nice, Cody. That's good that you get early access to that game. I had a look at one of the early trailers for that, and it looked really interesting, especially with how the creatures operate as well. And the team, I don't know if it's the exact same team, because obviously the name of a studio, they could have like 5 teams doing different games, but I know that Bloober team overall is doing that game. So with their stuff, like I think the only game that I played of theirs that I felt was probably not that great, and it was only really because it shouldn't have been called Blair Witch, but it was the Blair Witch game that they did. Like I liked the game and everything, but it didn't really feel like it was worth tying it to the Blair Witch Project and all that kind of stuff. But I liked the Layers of Fear games that they did, so I played those and I played the Medium as well, which wasn't too bad. But I hope you enjoyed that game, Cody. Hey there, Octavius. Good morning. Yeah, my day's going well. It's almost 9 p.m. Well, about less than half an hour away. But yeah, been going good, Octavius. Working more on this music-only playthrough of the original Until Dawn. How's your day going? Cody Bluebird's fantastic. They did a fantastic version of Silent Hill 2. Yeah, I'm glad that they seemed to have been given a lot of free reign on that too, because I feel like Konami uh, doesn't really deserve much credit for Silent Hill 2 remake. I'm sure it's the actual, Bloober team that deserved the credit for that game. Konami just signed the checks and gave them the license to do the game. Octavius, everything is good on your end? Very nice, Octavius. That's good, dude. Glad to hear that. Alright, so I've actually heard this music before. Cody, even though you're on holidays tomorrow, you'll still try and watch Signal permitting, of course. That's totally fair too, as well, Cody. That is for sure. Thank you for that too, as well. Definitely appreciate it. I know what that's like as well, because when I go away on holidays and stuff, I can only really watch streams on my phone using my own phone internet. So I need to rely on good signal and that, and only in bursts as well. All right, so now that song is starting to play, I'll use this opportunity to catch up on chat because with the O Death song at the start, I'll let that play on its own. But all other songs that you hear on Jess's phone, I'm gonna not just let play unless it's part of the sequence and I can't help it, of course. But oh, nice, Octavius. Glad to hear that things are going good on your end as well. That's really, really good. Cody, even though you're on holidays as tomorrow, you'll still try and watch Signal Permitting. Oh, I already read that. Whoops. That's totally fair, Cody, for sure. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Doing well today, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? Had a lot of off-stream stuff I did in prep for this stream, and I mapped out and took note of stuff up until chapter 4 before starting this stream. And then, of course, I had to restart the game again from scratch so I could get it up to where I was at the end of last stream, which was basically past the prologue and stuff. Um, but yeah, this stream's been very productive. We're in chapter 2 at the moment, and I've mapped out all the audio changes on chapter 2 and 3 as well. And that way I can use it as a bit of a guide, at least. And yeah, we've been streaming for about 3 hours and 13 minutes so far. There's been a lot of sections where I've just had to wait because it can be very tricky to determine when something has started to loop, especially if there's multiple layers that get added at certain points and then they start to loop those particular parts without that layer, and then it's like, shit, have I heard this before, or is this the third out of the 5 variations, or what? So it can be tricky. So sometimes I just let it play for longer than it might actually, cover. Extreme, I think we're missing game sound. Oh, you hear it again. Yeah, Extreme. Sometimes there's not even any music that they put in. So you'll definitely get points where there's literally not even any music. Extreme good. We don't hear Rod. Exactly. Listener, it's too bad you can't manage 2 or more save files. Interesting how they mix the different soundtracks sometimes. That is true, Lucinda, and it also depends on player input. Like, even when you don't have a timer for a choice, some people might choose quickly. So when they choose quickly, the entire piece of music that would play out if they just let it go for a while gets cut off, of course. And so there's those moments too. But yeah, it's a shame that you can't do that. With the Dark Pictures games, though, you can actually do that. So if I want to do a music-only playthrough of one of those, it'll be much easier because then I can just go, right, this save file is chapter 1. Go through all the changes. Reload that save, do the chapter, done. Move on to the second chapter. Because if you've got a save file where you've already finished an entire game, it means that all the chapters, of course, are available to you. So when you want to replay an earlier chapter, you can create a new save and apply the replay to that save, and still preserve your other save file with all the chapters already selectable and all that kind of stuff. So it's good that they did it for that. But yeah, with this game, no such luxury. Makes me think about if they've done it for the Quarry as well. But how's your morning going, Lucinda? I hope it's going well. Listen, you're doing all right, just getting ready for the last 2 days of work. Nothing special. Well, I'm glad that you're doing all right, Lucinda, and I bet you can't wait to get those last 2 days of work out of the way as well. I hope that the time goes quickly for you. I did this with Matt before when we had a choice, so I'll do it again, this time as Mike. But watch Mike's eyes. Oh dear. Yeah, and then there's the quick version where you just move the control stick back left and right really quickly to make him do that. I love how for a split second he'll actually just look directly at camera too, as if to go, "Hey, what are you doing?" Hey there, Rosie, welcome on in. Mike should lay off the X. He should for sure, Rosie. Absolutely. Listen to, yeah, you've got a lot of annoying, boring work to do this upcoming week. They're having you go through all of your inventory documentation and verify records are up to date. Oh no. That would be really, really annoying. Having to, spend all that time going through that too. Listen, the most of it's fine, but you're supposed to correct anything that's wrong, and they basically just went through the list and randomly assigned everything to everyone equally, and so now you're having to clean up other people's mess, and you don't like that. Like when people go to one of your locations and replace all, say, 10 computers there, they're supposed to delete and decommission all the old stuff. Well, certain employees don't. That is really, really annoying too, and it makes me think of people who had the attitude of, someone else will deal with it, because then the someone else who has to deal with it then has to waste time when they could have done something else with that time that would have been more productive, and all that kind of stuff. But that is really, really bullshit, that they've just left the messes there for you to have to clean up as well. Like, it should be like whoever was the one that made the mess in the first place with the information, they should be the one that has to actually deal with it. Heyo Gorky, how's things? Lucinda, exactly, but that would require your manager to do managing of his employees. Your manager manages things by sending emails making declarations. Yeah, that would be right as well. Maybe that manager should hire another manager on their own dime that would actually manage things by doing more than just making declarations. Some people are going to find out when you dump their computers into their tab of shit to do. It is like, here, back at you. Manager won't say anything, no balls. I can tell you that it's clean. If you visit your IT area downtown, there's dozens of computers just laying everywhere. Lazy ass employees. Just like, yeah, just throw it there, just leave it there. Oh, that's great, Ogorki. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. Listen to the other IT guy in the cube across from you as a slob. You don't know how these people function. Yeah, that's true as well. They might have their own unique filing system. Just chuck anything anywhere. Hier, nostalgie. Cody, going to fly and try this new game as installed now, Rod. You take care with chat, and we'll catch you on your holidays. That's no worries at all, Cody. I really hope that you enjoy playing Kronos. I hope it's a good game and experience as well. You take care too. Thank you so much for being here and chatting for a little bit. Really hope that you have a great start to your holidays as well. Thanks for leaving the lurk, Cody. There we go. So that piece of music eventually just stops abruptly. All right, so we still have a little bit of chapter 2 left. And by a little bit, I mean probably another hour's worth of listening to the music in it. Okay, so the music from this music box would be set to the sound effects audio. Even if something in a game is like technically music, sometimes depending on what it is, they might actually apply it to the sound effects track and not the actual music track. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's almost time for you to head off to work. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very, very much, Lucinda. I definitely will, for sure. Thank you for being here, especially before going to work. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is a big fan of the Dishonored series, so has been doing Dishonored 2. Is also a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as The Last of Us. Also did recently a playthrough for the first time of the game called The Altars as well. A great streamer, also has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes. When the Dying Light the Beast game comes out, she'll also be doing a playthrough of that game as well. A big fan of Dying Light also. That's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. I hope that things go well for you today. Thank you so much for being here. Muchly appreciated. Just want to test something temporarily with that audio. So if I put the sound effects back on to get that little jingle music, it might actually also have some ambient stuff as well. So I'll just temporarily go into this and see if we can interact with that again and get the music from it. There we go. Now to go back into the options and turn the sound effects off and put the music back on only. Oh yes, Zareth, absolutely, dude. That is definitely no trouble at all. Absolutely. Sorry to hear that that has happened. That definitely is something to be urgent and concerned about as well. Like, holy shit. Definitely understand. Definitely don't put my stream before that for sure. I really hope that your dad recovers well and gets through it as well, Zareth. That kind of thing, is definitely very, very serious and that. Really sorry to hear that that's happened to your father, Zareth. Absolutely, Zareth, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Do what you can, and hopefully too that he'll get the care that he needs as well, and that they're able to get what he needs and really help him out as well. Thank you, Ogorki, for making a clip. Thank you for clipping that, Ogorki. Oh, Gorky, it's weird watching a game with no sound. Oh, absolutely, it definitely would be, for sure. Just goes to show how sound effects and dialogue with the music can also create such a great sort of like combination as well. And the thing about doing a playthrough like this as well is sometimes the sound effects and dialogue will cover tiny little bits of instrumentation that is in the music because the way they mix the volumes in a general way means that the other things are going to take priority over the music. So there might be like a little light sound, like for example, the music that you hear with the sound effect might just be like duh, 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 duh. But if you have the music on its own, you might hear duh, 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 and the would be covered by the sound effects or whatever's happening, you know. Um, so that's the thing that I like to do about these kinds of playthroughs is just have the music on its own because then those little tiny bits of instrumentation also come through as well, and it can be fun too when you have like an action sequence to time things to certain points as well, where hearing the music as the actual gameplay is happening and you're controlling it can be really cool too with just the music only as well. Like there's a lot of Assassin's Creed games where playing with just the music, like in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the chase sequence where Roberts basically is setting off the alarm and then Edward just has to run. Like that music on its own is really awesome, but actually controlling Edward when that music's playing and feeling how cool it is to succeed at the sequence all combined, is a good feeling too as well. So that's one of the other reasons why I like to do music only playthroughs. But not every game is like suited for it. Like a lot of older games, they're very difficult for me to do a music only. So it has to become more like a just stop the character and whatever music plays, just keep listening to it till it stops or loops. But when there's a game that allows you to actually isolate the music separately, it makes for a more in-depth kind of music-only playthrough. For good AC, 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 AC Odyssey, animations be like exactly. Nice one, Zereth. Just waiting for an AC game set in the US, and it would be AC/DC. Good one. The band. Hey there, Mr. Epic. Welcome on in. What the fuck did you just walk into? You walked into one of the moments where just listening for the music until it either loops or stops, and that particular piece actually eventually stops after a while. Plus, I like to have the camera go into close up on the characters every so often as well. You have to wait until they're in a certain like camera angle. Then you have to face them towards yourself, and then when you don't press anything after a few seconds, it'll go into close up mode. So I've been taking advantage of that as well. And you can also move their head around once it locks into this camera as well. Same if you go into the menu as whatever character you're playing as. Mr. Epic, it's so awkward, you can't. Just when you make the character actually look directly at camera. It's like the character knows that they're in a video game. Mr. Epic, you don't know why that's a thing, but it is funny though. Yeah. And then, Mr. Epic, when you have these choices, you obviously have to move the control stick left or right to choose which choice you want. But if you don't let it hold all the way, you can make them go left and right. And then if you do it really quickly, you can make their eyes go like this. Mr. Epic, imagine doing that, only instead of with Freddy Krueger's face and he sometimes winks at you. That'd be really, really freaky as well. Welcome back, Cody. You've got thunderstorms, do you? Oh, wonderful. Damn. Hopefully, things will be fine during that thunderstorm, Cody. Thank you very much for converting your Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much for that, Cody. That's awesome. Cody, Kronos is definitely worth a look. You didn't want to get too engrossed in it with being away for 2 weeks. Oh, yeah. That's definitely understandable as well, Cody. But that's good that so far that you've enjoyed it. And that is where I'm going to call it a stream for today. Cody, so glad you're indoors. It's heavily raining, is it? Oh, definitely a good choice then to be indoors for that. That is for sure. Ogorki, got your haircut the other day, feels so much better now. That's very good. It definitely can feel really good to get a haircut, and hopefully it was one that you're happy with as well. Cody, it's a monsoon out there at the moment. Damn, you definitely want to stay inside. Hey, Dumbledore, I hope you're enjoying your caramel latte. Yeah, I'd continue going, but it would probably be another 3 hours, and I'm not really feeling like doing another 3 hours of stream. this this kind of approach definitely takes a lot out of uh, out of you, because I have to sort of like intensely focus to try and figure out when the music has looped and when it hasn't and all that kind of stuff. But thank you for joining though, Dumbledore. Thank you for the W music only stream, Nofry. Thank you very much. Yeah, I still got a lot to do. What I'll be doing after I finish this stream and before tomorrow's stream of it, I'll basically be playing through chapter 4 and maybe 5 off stream and make notes on the music. And then before tomorrow's stream, start from scratch again and then get myself back up to episode 3 that we're up to now so that in the stream I can do episode 3 and then 4. Maybe 5 as well. We'll see how we go. Zereth, thank you for the noise. I mean, stream. No worries, Zereth. I really hope that things improve for your father, Zereth. Definitely take care of him as best as you can, and hopefully you'll get some really good news soon. That's okay for the stream in Meta. Absolutely no worries at all. I definitely will have a great one. I hope you do too. Thank you, Keone, and no worries at all for the stream. Glad that you had a good one. Not Fry, we'll hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. Thank you very much, Not Fry. Definitely will, for sure. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again, for my regular scheduled Until Dawn stream, which is Friday. But this week I wanted to do an extra stream of it. So if you see me streaming this again, then you know it's become Friday. And then on Saturday, I'll be starting Assassin's Creed Valhalla, doing what I've called a Viking combat playthrough, which essentially means that I can't use any weapons or any like shields even, or bow and arrow, unless I have to like shoot off a lock or something like that. But yeah, that'll be that playthrough for Valhalla. And then I need to edit the schedule so that the Tomb Raider game is anniversary, because I finished off Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness. So next week, Thursday, will be Tomb Raider anniversary. It won't be Until Dawn. So Until Dawn tomorrow, and then for the rest of the playthrough, it'll be Fridays. And then Tomb Raider will be Wednesdays and Thursdays. We're going to go and raid out to Zamaxi, who's playing through Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well that I'll put in chat too. Absolutely will not fry for sure. Catch you next time. Catch everyone next time. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. And the next stream with this will be Friday for me. So if you see me streaming it, then you know it's become Friday. Hopefully everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.